1, 2, testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2.
and welcome back to the Planning Committee. Hope you all enjoyed your summer. I just checked with ICT that we are live. Yep. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the regulatory section of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Can I please remind you that when speaking into your microphone, you need to wait until you see yourself on the screens so the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed will not hear anything you say. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. At this moment, I'd like to welcome Councillor Flaherty, who's replaced Alderman Barr on the Planning Committee. You're very welcome, Councillor Flaherty. We'll start off the meeting with agenda item 1, apologies. If there's any apologies from the floor. Councillor Duffy.
Right. Ashley will be along very shortly.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Agenda item 2, declaration of interest. We can take them as and when we're going, and we'll move along. Agenda item 3 is report from Head of Planning as 2 items for information. Item 3.1 is Northern Ireland Planning Statistics, and I'm handing over to Damien Mulligan, Head of Planning, to present this item.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Members, the report before you relates to the statistical bulletin published by the Department for Infrastructure for the 2023-24 business year. It provides an overview of planning activity across all planning authorities and gives information on processing times and performance. The headline points are set out to members in the body of the report, and I'm happy to take any questions or queries, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Any questions from the floor, members? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Damien. Planning seems to be getting an awful bad press at the minute. There's all you hear Labour government going, "Now we're going to review planning." This government going, "We're going to review planning." We seem to be doing all right. So we seem to be doing well, and I would just like to put on record my thanks to yourself, all the staff, and processing all the applications, particularly the major ones. You know, they're all going well, and just whatever someone's up there in the Labour government seem to be thinking, you know, they're going to review this, going to review that, and well, they're just trying to pass the buck on to somebody else for their misgivings, you know, but I'd just like to say well done. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Duffy, and I think we can all recognise the hard work that our team within planning do, especially the planners. So, if no other lights are on, so we'll move on to agenda item 3.2, and it's an update on planning caseloads, and Damien Mulligan, Head of Planning, will be taking that again.
Thank you again, Chair. Members, just a brief update on planning caseload. You'll see that the number of decisions issued by the Planning Department between the 1st of July and 31st of August was 80. And the number of applications received over the same period is 59. So the current caseload, members, is 803. Now, you'll note, hopefully, from that, we've actually driven our live caseload down from the beginning of the business year by over 180 cases. And that's down to a tremendous effort by our staff. So the live caseload coming down means it is becoming easier to meet our statutory targets. So hopefully we'll even see the live caseload continuing to fall. And that is dependent, of course, on how many applications do come into the system. In terms of call-ins over that period, July, August, there's only 2 call-ins from elected members. So we've had 12 year-to-date members. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. I'm going to call in Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just, I suppose, a welcome in terms of that statistical, update on the fact that, we are driving them down. That's hugely important. But I remember some months ago, there were over 1,000. you know, we're struggling a wee bit to try and drive that down. So it is good news. I suppose just following on from that, from a staff-based perspective, how are we looking at the minute in terms of staff and retention of staff? And I know we had some issues going back, you know, where staff were getting trained up and then they were moving on, as is their choice to do so, to pastures new. Are we have we a complement of staff there that's you know, mirroring the workload we have in terms of continuing to drive that down? You know, or are we, you know, actively recruiting on an ongoing basis, or how does that look at the minute?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Alderman Wilson. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I suppose at the beginning of the business year last year, 23-24, we had 6 vacancies across the department. So we had a series of vacant posts, and that was down to staff choosing to move out of the private sector. Some of them were moving across the border where opportunities were, I suppose, were better for whatever reason. So we were faced with having to fill quite a number of posts last year. And we've been successful in doing that. Now, there are a number of vacant posts within the department, but a much lesser number. Last year, we were also faced with a number of long-term sickness absences. They have also been resolved. We've only one within the department at the moment. So in terms of staffing, the position currently is a lot healthier than what it would have been last year. And of course, filling the vacant posts played a major part in driving down the live numbers. So to be sitting now at 803 cases, which is better than where we were pre-COVID, is a very healthy position to be in. Having said that, we still want to try and drive those numbers further down. And we'll continue to do that. If our staffing position remains as healthy as it is, I can see that hopefully happening.
Thank you, Damien. I'm going to call Deputy Chair, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Damien. It's sort of coming on the back of the reduced caseload as well. Obviously, the say cases coming down, getting the process is pretty good, but there's maybe a drop of concern in there, and that we obviously need a certain amount of cases to continue to come in. And generally, a sign of strong applications is a key indicator of, you know, good economic growth locally, and there seems to be maybe a drop this year so far compared to last year. Or is that sort of view in the department, or was that sort of a summer blip? Just seeing how things are going, and is that kind of drop anecdotal across a number of other council areas locally? Because obviously if the numbers do sort of continue to drop, it may be a growing concern locally. Just if you have any further information or background on that situation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Lavery. Yes, look, a very good question. Look, last year was the lowest number of applications received in over 20 years, 21 years to be exact. The year before was the lowest in 20 years. So there possibly is a trend beginning here, a downward trend. We're watching that very carefully. And I suppose if you look at the numbers that have come in this year to date, that trend's continue. So it is a bit of a concern in terms of number of applications coming in equals income for the council. Nevertheless, we still have a significant number of applications in the system, and we'll continue to process those, because once you process them out of the system, you get the full amount of the income. So there's good rationale behind getting the decisions out quickly. But look, in answer to your question, there has been a downward trend in the last couple of years. It looks like it's continued into this year, and we'll continue to keep members updated on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien, for the update on that. No other lights are on, members. So we'll move on to agenda item 4.1. This is an item for decision. Before we do so, I propose that we go in for our... Sorry, just declarations there, sorry. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes, Chair, and thank you for the welcome to the committee. Unfortunately, I'm going to excuse myself from this part of the meeting just because I am a week into it and just don't feel that it would be for me to take part.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. This agenda is agenda item 4.1 is dual language street naming request. Before we take the report from Tom Lavery, Head of Building Control, I propose we go into confidential and to get some legal advice. So I propose that. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by the Deputy Chair, Councillor Lavery. So members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into confidential session of the council. This means that we'll be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting was restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Can ICT just confirm me we're back live? Yep, thank you. So members, as we spoke about there, this item is a decision item. Agenda item 4.1 is dual language street naming request. And Tom Lavery, Head of Building Control, is to present this report. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. By way of background, members will recall that in October 2023, the Council received an application for dual language street signage, namely in Irish, in respect of a specified street in the borough, namely Woodside Gardens in Portadown, hereafter known as the application. Members will also be aware that the Council's current street naming and numbering policy was issued in October 2020 to ensure the Council fulfils its statutory responsibility under Article 11 of the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Northern Ireland Order 1995. Pursuant to the Council's adopted street naming and numbering policy, the application process comprises of 2 stages as set out in the body of the report. As reported to this committee on the 10th of January 2024, this application was progressed to stage 2 in the application process. As provided under the policy, officers have undertaken a postal survey to canvass the view of all the relevant occupiers on the relevant street. And for members' clarity again, clause 7.3 of the policy notes that occupiers of premises in that street shall be taken to be any persons over the age of 18 whose name appears on the current electoral register, plus the owner or tenant in actual possession of the commercial premises, but not employees. For members' information, there are a total of 10 dwellings and 1 commercial premises on the street. The applicant was in contact with officers on several occasions to ask about the progress of the application. The applicant also raised queries with regard to the names of the persons on the electoral register. However, officers are content with the information they extracted from the electoral register for the purposes of this process. And the applicant further mentioned they had collected and posted back a number of surveys. And again, for members' clarity, there's nothing in the current policy to prevent the assistance like this being done, and nothing in the responses to suggest any issues had arisen. Following verification of the survey responses, Council's officers would confirm the following. In accordance with the policy, a total of 8 residents, 1 commercial premises owner and 1 commercial premises tenant were surveyed. And the policy states that if 2/3 agree, then a report will be taken here for members' decision. Of the 9 survey responses received, a total of 9 responses were in agreement with the application request for this dual language signage, which is over the requisite 2/3 under the threshold of the policy. Whilst, as mentioned earlier, whilst there was 1 non-return from owners of a commercial property on the street, the property owners made contact to state that they had adopted a neutral position with regard to the proposals. And whilst not expressly an option in the policy, it is a material consideration that the response is neither a yes or a no response and must be treated as such. The requisite threshold under the policy has therefore been met. The responses in agreement with the application represent not less than 2/3 of all the occupiers of premises in the street for which the application has been made. In this application, all responses returned are in favour. Members will be aware from a previous report in this application that was presented in May 1st, 2024. However, members subsequently agreed that the matter be deferred for 1 month until the 5th of June 2024 to allow the authors of an email to meet with myself as per their request for further information to be brought to members. This request subsequently took place on the 13th of May 2024. On the 5th of June 2024, a confidential update report was presented to members of this committee. And for reasoning contained within the confidential report, members decided to defer the decision until the 9th of July, and also agreed a process for third parties to submit written and verbal representations to this committee. Members will note that at appendices 6 to 12, there are 2 written submissions in support of this application and also 5 submissions objecting to the application, with all 5 authors having requested that their personal information remains confidential. At the committee meeting on the 9th of July, members recommended to defer the decision on the application until a site visit be held to enable members to familiarise themselves with the area and any other factors for consideration. And this was ratified at full council on the 23rd of July 2024. This site meeting was held on Wednesday the 7th of August and attended by several members. This updated report on this application is now presented to members for their consideration and decision. As per Article 11.2 of the legislation, it is now a matter for members to decide whether or not to use the council's discretionary power to approve this application for dual language street signage. And members are reminded that how the discretion is to be exercised is set out in Article 11.4 of the legislation. Namely, in deciding whether and if so, how to exercise its power under paragraph 1b or 2 in relation to any street, a council shall have regard to any views on the matter expressed by the occupiers of premises on that street. Members are also reminded of the High Court decision, which is Appendix 4. It has considered that the words used and their context do not suggest that members are only to have exclusive regard to the views expressed by the occupiers. The court further observed that members are not bound to follow the majority of the views expressed by those who returned the survey or by the majority of those whom the survey was sent. The court also held that members have a discretion and must give genuine attention and thought to the expressed views of the occupiers, but are still entitled to take account of other lawful considerations affecting their decision. As you'll be aware, Senior Counsel Stuart Beattie KC is here with us today to address any legal queries that members may have in relation to this matter. The recommendation, therefore, before members is that members review the information contained within this report and decide whether or not to use Council's discretionary power to approve the application received by the Council for dual language street signs in respect of a specified street in the Borough, namely Woodside Gardens in Portadown. Members are reminded that in reaching their decision, they must provide the reasons for this decision. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions the members may have.
Thank you, Tom, for the report. Pass over to Councillor Duffy. Lights on first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just basically to say this has been debated and debated and debated, and to just go round again to say the same things over and over, I can't see the point in it. Or myself, I would like a recorded vote on it. I would like to propose the application for dual language signage for Woodside. And I'd just like to thank all the officers involved in it, you know, in getting this to where it has been. It has been kicked down the road and kicked down the road, and we've basically, there's no more road. So there's not. This decision needs made. There's 7 or 8 other councils that have this policy in place, and others that probably have a policy and just haven't implemented it yet. But I think we should just go ahead, move on with, get this application over the line, and put any bad press or anything that people's trying to play politics with, stuff like that, put it behind. It's in dual language signage. It's an Irish language. There's no threat to no one. So we should just move forward. And I'd like to propose the application, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Lavery, Deputy Chair, your light was on next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tom. And firstly, I'd just like to place my own thanks on record to Tom and his team for processing all that's going on with this application, as well as the internal legal advisors and the external legal advisor. It's been a complex one. It was good to start off to acknowledge that there's maybe different views on this application that were presented at the previous committee. However, we have to acknowledge that an applicant went through the process for this sign. They followed the various requirements set out within the documentation and the legislation there and the process. For me, the massive thing that stood out is that 100% of the residents in the street supported this application. You can't get higher than 100%. I think that obviously, you know, it's Irish language, whatever, is an issue that's been debated, and it's unfortunate that the politics have come into it, and which is a fairly straightforward street signage issue. It's clear that the residents of Woodside Gardens really want this street sign. So I think we should follow their wishes and give it to them. And albeit this maybe a historic decision, this may be the first dual language street sign in a residential setting in this borough. No doubt there'll be other applications in various languages and so on in the future. But I think for me, it's pretty clear that even though there's been some external objectors from outside the area, that the residents of Woodfield Gardens or Woodside Gardens are united in their desire for the sign, and as such we should acquiesce to it. So if there's been no seconder already for that proposal, I'll be willing to second that proposal that we agree to provide a dual language street sign in Irish to Woodside Gardens. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just supposed to put my points of view on record. You know, it gets a wee bit concerning when people say, you know, it should be just done and dusted. That's not, as our legal advisor has said, that's not the law on this. We have to be seen and play an active part in giving due regard to the views of people not only on the street but all other material considerations. And I mean, this is only the second one really we've dealt with in that regard. The first one, you know, if truth be told, it would have been, you know, others would have had that through without any real consideration at all. And that's when our legal advice stepped in to ensure we followed the law in this regard. And that has been a theme that I know I have been keen to continue with, that all and every view in this matter is given a fair and adequate hearing. And as our legal advisor has said previously, before we considered this point on the agenda, you know, the weighting of this is all important. And I mean, that is the key part of this. And I'm not sure who it was that famously said, ignore legal advice at your peril. And that's firmly in the camp that I am in terms of protecting ratepayer who is paying, you know, their rates to this council to administer services. I'm very much of the view that balance of finances really focused on, and I'll certainly not be placing that at jeopardy in any one way or the other, as I have sought to do right throughout my council career, representing the people of Cusher. So you know, on that basis, I do have concerns about this application, but they've been heard and they've been weighted in my mind as well. And it was important that those people who had concerns about this were given the fullest opportunity to express those. And that's part also of the order and the law that is before us that adjudicates on, you know, dual language signage in this borough. So I just want to put those comments on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say a thank you to Tom and his team, also Stuart. But we have been going round in circles. We have got the legal advice. We have been out on our site visits and we've done everything that was asked. And I do think today is the day we need to vote on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. I have a proposal on the floor from Councillor Duffy to go ahead with it. Do you want to just repeat the proposal? Because there was no officer recommendation on this, so just we get the wording right on it.
I propose we accept the recommendation for dual language signage for Woodside Gardens.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy, and then it was seconded. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Councillor Duffy, just need to get that word right. There is no recommendation, so your proposal will have to be directly to accept or to.
Yes.
Just for clarification, Councillor Duffy has proposed to accept the recommendation or that accept the application. Right, we'll get there. To accept their application for the dual language street sign at Woodside Gardens, and that was seconded by Councillor Lavery. Do we have any other proposals on the table at this moment in time? No. Okay, folks, happy enough? All agreed? Yep. No. Alderman Wilson,
I think Councillor Duffy said there was going to be a vote. Is that the case? Or he'd like to recorded vote on?
yeah, so just clarification, Alderman Wilson, we'll only have a vote if there is an objection to that proposal. So are we in agreement? Is there any objections to this? Are we going to go to a vote?
As I said, you know, if you allow me back in, I have concerns about it, but I have also weighted it. So I would, you know, whilst I'm not going to put a sham fight together on it, I would like to, you know, have the fact that I have concerns about it, you know, manifested in some way. And, you know, I feel a vote would be useful in that regard.
Yeah. Sorry, members. So we're going to a vote as a recorded vote on Mr. Duffy's request. So I call the names out and just yes, no, abstain. Councillor Donnelly,
Yes.
Councillor Duffy,
Yes, Chair.
Alderman Kennedy,
Staying.
Councillor Mallon,
Yes.
Councillor McGowan,
Yes, Chair.
Abstain.
Councillor O'Dowd,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Savage,
Yes, Chair.
Alderman Wilson,
Abstain.
Deputy Chair, Councillor Lavery,
Yes.
and myself as Chair, abstain. Just bear with us to get our totals here. Okay, members, the total voting totals was 7 yeses and 4 abstains, and I'll just read out the yeses. Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Mallon, Councillor McGowan, Councillor O'Dowd, Councillor Savage, Councillor Lavery voted yes, and Alderman Kennedy, Councillor Moutry, Alderman Wilson, and Councillor Armstrong all abstained in their vote. The proposal from Councillor Duffy carries, and that concludes it. Thank you, members. We move on to agenda item 4.2. We'll just wait for Councillor Flaherty to come back into the room if someone will get her. Yeah, members, agenda item 4.2 is street naming report for Foxwood Manor. And it's Tom Lavery, Head of Building Control, to present this report again.
Thank you, Chair. This is a request for the naming of a housing development consisting of 100 dwellings off Foxwood Hill on the Belfast Road in Lurgan, and the details are contained within Appendix 15. The applicant's preferred name for the development is Foxwood Manor, and the applicant's main reason for the preferred name is due to the continuation of the established Foxwood housing development. Officers have assessed and deemed the process compliant with the council's policy, and therefore the recommendation is for the members to consider approval for Foxwood Manor for this development. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Members, over to yourselves. Any comments, or do we have proposer and seconder for this? Councillor Savage.
Chair, happy to propose based on the report provided by Tom and the already existing developments there.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Do we have a seconder on that proposal? Councillor Donnelly, your hand's up, so seconded. Thank you very much, members. All in agreement on that one? Yes, thank you. Agenda item 4.3 is the street naming report for Mahon Meadows. I hand back over to Tom Lavery to present this report.
Thank you, Chair. This is a request for the naming of a housing development consisting of 35 dwellings off Mahon Road in Portadown, and again details and maps are contained within Appendix 16. The applicant's preferred name for this development is Mahon Meadows, and the applicant's main reason is that this site is located within the townland of Mahon. Members will note that Mahon townland has got a G, whereas Mahon Road has dropped the G, with direct access off the Mahon Road. And respect to other developments such in the vicinity, such as Mahon Mews, which is adjacent and to the southwest of the proposed development. Again, officers have assessed and deemed the proposal is compliant with the council's policy, and therefore the recommendation is for members to consider approval of the name Mahon Mews for this development of as mentioned in the report.
Thank you. And Tom, any comments or proposers, seconders in this one? Councillor Moutry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, happy to recommend that we approve the name change for, or the name for Mahon Meadows.
Thank you, Councillor Moutry and Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair, happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. And are we on agreement, members? Yeah. Yeah. Members, agenda item 4.4 is an item for information. That's an update in building control and property certificate application workloads. And again, Tom Lavery is going to present this report.
Thank you, Chair. This is reported for members' information regarding the workload undertaken by the department over the first 5 months of this financial year. Members will note in Appendix 17, in the first 5 months we've received 1,219 building regulation applications with a notional construction investment value of just under 92.5 million. We have carried out 6,282 site inspections and undertaken over 822 plan assessments and issued a total of 1,129 statutory notices. The department also continues to deliver the council's property certificate function for the conveyancing of properties across the borough. In the last 5 months, we have received and administered 1,515 new applications and issued 1,529 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to property sales. Thank you, Chair. This report's for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. I have no lights on at the moment. Everyone duly noted that report. Moving on to agenda item 5. It's a piece of correspondence, regional planning IT system. It's all on our notepads there. So if there's any questions on that there, we can move on. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in there. And I suppose just a question for Damien. Damien, the system been now in place for quite a while. How are staff finding the usage of it? Is there still any issues that they're finding, or are you, as the senior planning officer, content with how it's working at present? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Savage. Yeah, there were early challenges with it, as members will know, because the live caseload soared in the early months. But as you'll know, our numbers have come back down significantly. The system has settled down. It's stabilised. It's working. Feedback I'm getting generally is that it's working very well. There are a couple of modules, I suppose, that still have to be completed out. There's a little bit still to be done around enforcement, but overall, the system has settled well and is performing well. So happy to report that. Thanks.
Thank you, Damien. No other lights on there. Happy enough, Councillor Savage? Yep. Okay, agenda item 7, any other relevant business? I have none. So members, we'll take a short recess until consideration of planning applications commences at 4 p.m. So we'll get a wee coffee and relax. And I ask ACT to stop the live feed. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the planning section of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones at all times unless invited to speak by myself? Can I please remind everyone that when speaking into your microphone, you need to wait until you see yourself on the screen so the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed will not hear anything you say. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee of Planning Officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Members, we're going to start off with agenda item 7. Just for noting, there are 4 applications that have been withdrawn from the schedule, and those are LA 08 2021 06868 /O, LA 08 2022 00250, application LA 08 2022 09100, and LA 08 2022 0923 F. So we'll start with Appendix 1. This is a returning application, and at this moment I would like to declare that I was not at the site visit and will be unable to take further part in this application. So I propose that Councillor Moutry take my place on this one and also for the next one as well. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Wilson. Councillor Moutry, take over the chair.
Okay, members, not quite used to this. Yes, the only members who were in attendance at the site visit for Appendix 1 were Alderman Kennedy, Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Moutray, Councillor Mulholland, and Councillor Mary O'Dowd. Are there any other members here who would like to notify they weren't in attendance? Councillor Mallon.
Yeah, I just wasn't at the site visit, so I'll not take part.
Thank you. Councillor Savage.
Was it not? Thank you, Chair, for letting me in there. Chair, I'll not take part in Appendix 1 or Appendix 2 as they predated my return to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Appendix 1, Appendix 2, I'll not be taking part. On Appendix 8, I had actually contacted the developer on behalf of a resident, so I'll not be taking part in it either, Chair.
That's okay. Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I'll bring in Councillor McEwen.
I didn't attend the site visit for Appendix 1 and 2, so I won't be taking part.
Thank you. Councillor Flaherty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I will not be taking part in appendix number 1 and appendix number 2 because one predates my attendance on this committee and the other I have lobbied for before I was on this committee. So I'll be excusing myself. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. On the same vein, I'll not be taking part in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 because I wasn't at any of the site meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, same vein. I haven't been at the site meeting in application 1 or 2, so I'll be withdrawn from the meeting on that basis. Thank you.
And finally, the Vice Chair, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Same as other members, I wasn't in attendance at either site visit, so recuse myself from appendix 1 and 2.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Okay. Yes, and then there were just 4 of us members. Okay, with that in mind, an addendum report has been circulated. You should have received that, members, in advance of this meeting. We will now hand over, we'll begin application number LA 08 2021 15490, which is down as a refusal. We will hand over to Trudy Chapman, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This application was before the committee at the meeting held on the 5th of June. At that time, the officer's report and a confidential addendum referring to the personal circumstances were circulated in advance of that meeting, along with 2 further addendums relating to a statement from the applicant and a letter of support from Councillor Julie Flaherty. At that meeting, members chose to defer the application to allow a site visit to take place. This visit took place on the 10th of July. Given that some time has passed since this application was last considered, by way of summary, the application has been considered against the SPPS and the policies within PPS 21. Members are advised that supporting information has been submitted in relation to personal and domestic circumstances, and a summary of this information and the officer's assessment of it were circulated previously. Officers are of the opinion that the applicant has failed to provide compelling or site-specific reasons related to his personal and domestic circumstances, which would support the proposed development. The case put forward is considered insufficient for a dwelling to be considered as a necessary response to the particular circumstances. In addition, it has not been demonstrated that a genuine hardship would be caused if planning permission were to be refused. In addition, officers are of the opinion that the applicant has not provided satisfactory evidence to demonstrate the alternative solutions would not be viable in order to meet these particular circumstances. Therefore, officers are of the opinion that the proposal fails both criteria of CTY 6. In addition, the site is open, lacks established boundaries and is an elevated land adjacent to number 8. It would therefore also read as an extension to the existing ribbon of development along the Clonmain Road, which is namely number 6 and 8 and the outbuildings associated with them, and by virtue also reads as build-up and constitutes a suburban style of development. Officers are of the opinion, therefore, that the proposal fails to meet CTY 1, 8, 13 and 14 of PPS 21, along with CTY 6. Members are advised the consultation responses were favourable and that no objections were received, but recommend that permission be refused for the reasons set out in the report. And I'll just take you back through the slides, please. So that's our location of the site within the general area. Next slide, please. That's our site location plan with the ribbon of development leading from the south of it. Next slide, please. That's our aerial photograph showing the site within the wider area. And the next slide, please. This is an aerial photograph of the site. Next slide, please. That's slightly further out, so again, you can see the extent of the existing ribbon of development. Next slide, please. So this is taken just at the edge of the site, looking southwest, and that's number 8 that we can see in the photograph. Next slide, please. Now this is taken slightly further back and gives a better appreciation for how open and elevated the site is. Next slide, please. And this is from the front of number 8, looking back up towards where the last photograph was taken from. Now, on the day of the site visit, members commented on the mobile homes that were shown within the blue land owned by the applicant. So I've added a slide to show it. Now, these, as far as we are concerned, are immune from enforcement action. And the next slide, please. Now, these photographs, this was a historical ortho taken in June 2023, which shows those mobiles on that site at that time. And the next slide, please. This goes back, the street view image on the top is February 2009, and the ortho at the bottom is August 2010. Now, they show that these mobiles are mobiles like them. We're on the opposite side of the road at that time, so we know it's some time between the two slides. That seems to be when the mobiles appeared on the left-hand side of the road. I think there might be one more slide, Paula. Yeah, and this is taken back up, and again, you can see that the mobiles are on the opposite side of the road at that time, and not where they were when we seen them on the site visit, and that should be us. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Trudy. Thank you for bringing that report. Members, over to you. Any questions at this stage? Alderman Kennedy, bring you in.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to that, Trudy, we had that day of the site visit was sort of wanted to seek a bit of clarification regarding the mobiles. Did you get any clarification what of use they were for clear? Obvious that day, like there was clothes hanging on the line and so on. So there was somebody obviously living in them or about them at that time.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant was able to clarify that the mobile homes had been used previously as welfare facilities for when his father ran mushroom tunnels. He says that they haven't been used for that purpose in quite some time, and now his uncle stays in them for a month when he comes home in the holidays, and that that's the only time they're used.
Members, any further questions at this stage? We're all content. Members, will open it up to comments on the application. If anyone has anything to say at this moment in time. Yes. Councillor O'Dowd.
I'd just like to thank Trudy for bringing this forward again. The additional photos really do help because it jogs your memory when it was a couple of months ago. I don't think there's any more questions that anybody can ask on this, to be honest, because on the visit that day, Trudy was more than helpful to accommodate us in anything we needed to know, and she got any information that we needed. So I would have no issues at all with this being refused.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd, and yeah, you're exactly right. Does seem like quite a long time since we were there, and yes, I'm not sure if we can labour on this one too much more, given what's been presented to us within the report. Yes, members, if there are no further comments, I'm happy to move towards a decision at this point. If anyone would like to make a formal proposal. Councillor O'Dowd.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I would propose that we go ahead with the officer's recommendation and refuse it.
Okay, so we have a formal proposal to accept the recommendation by officers for refusal. Do we have a seconder? Yeah, Alderman Kennedy. Okay, that's proposed by Councillor O'Dowd and seconded by Alderman Kennedy. Okay, thank you, members. Okay, and members were all agreed with that. I know there's only 4 of us. Yep, all agreed. Thank you. Members, we're just going to adjourn for 5 minutes before the next application. Thank you. Okay, members, quorum has not been met, because, sorry, we are live, yes. Members, quorum has not been met, due to, Councillor Mulholland, who was at the site visit, not being here currently in the chamber. Declarations have already been made, so I would propose that, we seek to defer this application. Would anyone like to second that recommendation? Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'll second that recommendation.
Okay, so that's proposed by myself, Councillor Moutre, and seconded by Councillor O'Dowd that we defer this application due to quorum not being met. Thank you. All agreed? Yeah.
Yes. Sorry about that, members, just changing the schedule there around a wee bit. So we're going to move on to Appendix 10. And that is application number LA 08 2024 0356F. That is an approval. We have Sinead McAvoy, will be the planning manager, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. And we will have Jim Freeburn and Eileen Mitchell to make representation in objection to the application. Just to make members aware that Jim Freeburn will be getting 1 minute and 30 seconds for his representation, and Eileen, due to on health grounds, is getting 3 minutes, and that's due to the planning protocol, and it's under the unusual and exceptional circumstance. Just to make members aware, she will be getting additional time for her representation. So folks, just bear with us so we get our objectors in place. Thank you. Okay, members, just want to welcome Jim Freeburn and Eileen Mitchell, who are making representation of objection. As I've let members know already, that Jim, you'll be getting 1 minute and 30 seconds to make your representation, and Eileen, you'll be getting 3 minutes due to unusual and exceptional circumstances. So members are aware of that and are prepared for it. I'm going to hand over to Sinead McAvoy to present the report and PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This application is before you this evening because it has attracted objection from 4 or more separate postal addresses, site material planning issues, and is recommended for approval. The site is located within the development limit of Portadown on Whiteland as defined in the Craigavon area plan. This application seeks full planning permission for external alterations to existing building consisting of a new shop front, new exit door and ramped access, internal alterations, erection of EV charging points within the parking area, and all associated site works. Officers have taken the members have read the report, including the addendums in full, and as such, this is a synopsis only. In terms of scale, the size of the footprint of the development will not be changing. External changes by way of an existing lobby and access steps will be removed. The ground level will be regraded up to the level access to the new entrance doors and a new ramped access to the building. This creates an accessible environment for those with mobility difficulties. New proposed doors and closures of openings will be finished in the materials that match the existing building. As regards to the EV charging point, members will note that due to the size and location of these, they actually do not require planning permission and permitted development. The proposal has been assessed in regards to impact and amenity as set out in the report, and officers have raised no concerns. This proposal does not seek a change of use, and therefore there's no extension to floor space proposed. The proposal includes a reconfiguration and improvement to the parking area, and due to the nature of the proposal, officers cannot insist on any further enhancement to be made to the availability of parking spaces. There is no alteration to the existing boundary wall and fencing, and these are to be retained, and a planning condition has been attached to ensure that these are retained. The objections to the application have been fully considered, and officers have no reason to object or refuse this application. There has been an addendum circulated which has included photographs in relation to a third-party representation for your information. There's also been an addendum circulated in regards to permitted development rights for EV charging points. Officers are of the opinion that proposed development complies with area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies. On this basis, and subject to the conditions attached within your report, it's recommended that plan of permission be granted. Taken now to the PowerPoint representation, members. That just shows location of the site within the general area, so it's northeast of Portadown Town Centre. Next slide, please. So that's an aerial view of the proposed site, so you can see it's surrounded by residential properties. Next slide, please. That's the site location plan that's submitted with the application, which shows the outline of the site area and then the residential properties around it. Next slide, please. So that's the existing elevations at the present time. Next slide, please. And therefore these are proposed elevations. So substantially a new shop front, taking away the side entrance door, blocking it up, and then a new emergency exit to the rear. Next slide, please. That shows the existing floor plans of the building. Next slide, please. And that shows the proposed floor plans. So the floor space of the building will not be increased as part of this application. Next slide, please. Just shows proposed site layout in relation to the configuration of the car parking. And then the EV charging points there to the southern part of the site. Next slide, please. Those show the proposed EV charging points, including spec in regards to the south. Next slide, please. So that's a view of the existing building elevation for those that are familiar with it. Next slide, please. That just shows location of where the charging points are. So they're to the other side of those car parking spaces. Next slide, please. That shows a view of the parking areas looking out towards the main Killicumane Road. Next slide, please. That just shows the X point. So the access location is staying in the same location. And that just shows the side of the building. So that outshot to the side is going to be removed. Next slide, please. So thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead, for that presentation and report. Thank you. I'm going to invite Jim to go first on for the objector. So Jim, you'll have 1 minute, 30 seconds. Once you start speaking, the clock will start and you have 1 minute, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Jim Freeburn. I live at 24 Chatswood Place, which is at the rear of the proposed works. I wish to gain an understanding of the scientific basis used by the Environmental Health Department comments in relation to the EV charger concerns regarding the following. Fire. EV vehicles have a higher risk of going on fire. What mitigation factors are being considered in relation to my nearby wooden fence and oil tank? I also too that while I appreciate that it can be a fraction of car fires, that in 2023 these have increased by 83%. So as more apply, then the greater risk there are. Noise. Any readings on the anticipated EV charger decibel levels available, or any possible recourse to if these increase? We already have poor mobile telephone reception in the area. Will the presence of EV chargers make this worse? Is the Environmental Health Department's statement that it's the department's understanding that these EV chargers are unlikely to have an adverse effect on the amenity of nearby receptors based on either science or hearsay? In summary, these EV chargers don't have to be located in their current position. With a host of car parking spaces available, I'm sure or more appropriate locations could be identified. The approval needs to address appropriate controls, measures and conditions.
Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate that. I'm going to hand over to Eileen. Eileen, you'll have 3 minutes to do your presentation. So once you start speaking, and the clock will count down. So just bear with 1 wee second.
Hello, my name is Eileen Mitchell and I live at 58A Killicumane Road, just right next door to Tipplers. I want to put an objection today with reference to condition 4 for approval, and I quote, "The external boundary walls and fencing at the site shall be retained perpetually at the part. If any part of the boundary walls or fencing are damaged or removed, they shall be replaced with similar boards or bricks as appropriate within and 10 days of their removal. And the reason that you have it to ensure their provision, establishment and maintenance of a high standard of landscape. Now, my objections are based on the posts on the north-facing boundary fence of Templars are set in tarmac at their side in the car park in the allocated spaces. The posts and the attached fence are currently potentially a health and safety issue to the public parking at that side of the car park closest to the off-licence. Due to their unstable state, it is likely to collapse in a storm. I'd like to ascertain the ownership and responsibility of this boundary fencing to, as it's quote again, maintain a high standard of landscape, a high standard. I have forwarded some photographs showing that the fence is very badly bowed and where it is set in tarmac, there's a gap of about 6 inches where the post is moved from the base into the ground. Now, with reference in accordance with the reason for approval, if any part, a quote again, if any part of the boundary wall or fence are damaged or removed, well, I object to the condition of a 10-day wait for the same fencing if it is to be replaced, leaving my property open to the public car park. Now, as this application approval stands at the moment, I strongly object on these matters in the interest of public safety and asking planning to assure condition 4 is rectified before full approval is given.
Thank you, Eileen, and thank you, Jim, for both your representations. Members, you want to hand over to yourselves, any questions for the objector or for the planning agent in charge of this one? So members, over to you, any questions? Councillor Savage.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Sinead and our presenters are on behalf of the objectors as well. Sinead, just in terms of the condition number 4, would 10 days be a standard in planning conditions in terms of having to replace equipment to allow time for materials and things like that to be assembled? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Savage. 10 days we would consider to be a reasonable time frame just to get materials if you're closed, etc. So it's usually for a job that's not too big. So 10 days, it's not an owner's type. So that would be within the time scale that we would put in this. Anything less than that, it's usually unreasonable for people to go and get their materials within that time frame.
Thank you, Sinead. Councillor Savage, happy enough? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. It's just on Jim's comments around the EV charging, what protocols or what legislation or guidelines are governing this particular issue in terms of EV vehicles sitting for long periods of time on the charge? I know I've seen a few videos of these cars combusting and they're very, very difficult to control in terms of a fire. I know we're talking hypothetically, but there's bound to be some type of regulation in terms of where these are positioned and the proximity of other combustible materials. And that I would like a wee bit of guidance on that in specific regard to this application and where they're located.
Yeah, in 2020, new legislation was introduced that brought about the permitted development rights for such charging points, subject to certain stipulations. Now, as regards to this particular one, it meets with the height of it, so it can't have any more than 2.3 metres. It can't be within 2 metres of a public road. It can't be within a site of archaeological interest, and it can't be, if it's within the curtains of listed building, you have to get your listed building consent first. So these particular EV points, where they're positioned, actually would meet with permitted development, so wouldn't need planning permission. So even if they were being withdrawn from they could put them up without coming near us. So the applicant and his agent has put this in for open transparency, that they will be putting these EV points in, because as regards to a more sustainable form of transport, we now have to encourage these charging points to put in. As regards to fire and that, and there has been much media about that in certain instances, but that would have to be, the manufacturer's guidelines have to be apart from the agent. But for us, as regards to the planning authority, we wouldn't get engaged in that there, because technically they are permitted development. There's nothing we could do about them. With regards to noise, and it was an application of the gentleman there as regards to neighbour. If there happened to be a noise, now these are well and tested, truly, out and down the country now, there isn't any noise implications for them. But if there happened to be under these ones, there is implications on the environmental health legislation for noise nuisance. So that probably would protect them as regards to any implications for noise.
And just on the issue of permitted development, are you stating that, as the site sits at the minute without any other proposed redevelopment of the site, if it remained as it is, the developer or the owner could install EV charging points without any recourse or any approach to planning service and ultimately our committee? Is that the case?
Alderman Wilson, that's exactly the case. These are permitted development, right, where they are here in this particular site location and site layout. They would meet with the permitted development rights set out in that legislation. Yeah.
Thank you, Sinead. Alderman Candy.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Wilson sort of stole my fire there. I was just in the same boat relation. Is there any safety measures needs to be installed around these EV points and so on? But just if I can divert it across till our objector here, how far is your fence from the proposed station for these EV points?
That these places had 2 meters. We have less than 2 meters. From what I can see of the plans, the fence is right next door, right beside where the EV chargers are going to be. So if there was a fire, the first thing to go up is the fence, the wooden fence, and then closely followed by the oil system, which is just on down from that. So I find it a bit strange that while we made objections, nobody came to view what we were objecting about. And I think, in fairness, and I don't mean to be difficult, but if we have created somebody who has objected to some of the things, is there not a responsibility of local councils to go and actually find out, is there any reasonable why these objections were there? I'm not wanting to be difficult, but I'm afraid of my property going on fire, to be quite honest.
Alderman Candy, content, or you want to come back in?
What is the thing, Roisin, in regarding this? Would you say they're 2.5 meters from a public road?
Yeah, 2 meters. It's 2.3 meters in height. It can't be above. That's the height of it. Just yeah.
Something then for an existing boundary on a neighbouring property type thing? No, none.
There is no legislation in regards to that. There's how close it can be. We can only go by the legislation, and that is the legislation we are duty bound by. So that is the legislation that is set out there. And I know in relation to fire and that and the concerns they have, and in relation to the gentleman, but we can only go with permitted development rights. So that's the lawful course that we have to go by.
Okay, Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. Sinead, just one wee question. So basically you were saying there that if because there's no plans or anything, there's no policy or whatever for the EV charging, the contractor didn't have to divulge where he was going to put the EV chargers. You know, we could have just at any time went and put them in, and there's nothing anybody could have said or done about it in that within this council I'm talking about.
Yeah, there are certain stipulations subject to limitations, i.e. height and the number of charging points that you can put up within a certain area. As regards to these that are posed onto this application, they didn't have to even to note them on the plans because they are permitted development right under the legislation. Yes, they are put them on it for an open and transparent way to say that these were where they're putting them. So, but they meet with permitted development rights. Yeah.
Alderman Wilson, you have another question?
Yes, just on that condition number 4 in the boundary walls. I'm just struggling to see the boundary wall in any of the slides. I think perhaps photo 2 where it depicts the location of the EV points. If you zoom in it behind what looks like a laurel bush and under a fir tree, I think I can see a stone wall, but if our objector could just reiterate without putting you under too much pressure, just what your concern is again on that boundary wall and how big a feature is it? If you just stick your mic on again.
Yeah. Just give me 1 wee second, Eileen. I'll bring you in now.
The boundary wall is a fence from the corner of my property the whole way right down to the very back, even where the bins and whatnot are kept, you know, for tipplers. And there is a bit of a boundary wall, but the posts that are holding up the boards are all set in tarmac in Tippler's car park. And the fence is extremely bowed, and I imagine that is a great health and safety issue. And my concern is planning is given the way it is without the fence being secured. How is it going to be maintained and looked after? And what's more, if that fence falls down and there's cars parked at the other side of it, who's going to be held responsible? So what I would like to know is who is going to be held responsible for the state of the fence the whole way around. And even towards the bottom now, there's another part of the fence that separates off the tarmac into the bin area. And there's a gap of at least a foot between one of Tippler's fences and my fence. And there's at least a foot where it's going to cave in. And that fence that is, where there's a gap, is used on a weekly basis by bin men opening and closing part of the gate at the fence, and it's putting more and more strain on. And if someone's injured, who's going to be held responsible? You know, so what I would like to know is under number 4 there, it sounds all very great, but it can't be maintained if it's already in a bad state of repair. And I think it's potentially dangerous. There's at least a foot, maybe a foot and a half of movement from the base. And there's at least 6 inches in the tarmac from the existing wall where the post is leaning in to where the cars are. And again, as I said, in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, I think, you know, planning before they pointed on approval on number 4, if they came out to see it themselves, just how badly the fence is bowed, where the stakes need replaced.
Thank you, Eileen. Alderman Wilson, you want to come back in?
Yeah, I suppose just on the back of that, looking at condition 4, it does say, you know, the words are if any part of the boundary walls or fence are damaged. And certainly it would appear that some of that, you know, fence is damaged. You know, what powers or what instruction can planning service give to this project in order to rectify that to this resident's satisfaction, if you like, given that she's a neighbour?
Yeah, under that condition, anything that was the panels were actually physically damaged or removed that we could physically see, then we could get them, you know, replaced, because there was concerns that the fence would be taken down and nothing would go up. So that's why we added that condition. Now, we had spoken with the agent as regards to that boundary when those photographs came in, you know, at the start of last week. And they had said there will be discussions with the owner and the adjacent applicant as regards to the party boundary and actually ownership of that boundary, see actually who owns it, and then can they come to some agreement as regards to getting it fixed.
And has that, are those discussions definitely going to take place, you know, and who's facilitating that? Is planners, you know, are planners taking any role, or is that a purely civil issue at the minute?
I'm not too sure if they've begun or anything yet, but that would be a civil matter with regard to who actually owns that party boundary, yeah.
Alderman Wilson, any other questions? No. Councillor Savage?
Sure, thanks for bringing me in again. Did you say at the start that the agent was available today? No, you didn't. Sorry, no, I was going to say, could we ask the agent about that? No apologies, Sherry, I thought you'd said that.
Okay, members, any other questions on this? Councillor Duffy?
Sure, I think the objector was looking to come in to say something. I'd like to hear what she was going to say. Were you looking to say something, Mims?
Tried, and I have tried to speak with regards to putting the fence correct for a number of occasions. And the last time was January of this year, and it's all been, I have a note of it, January, and I asked to speak to the owner, wasn't available. Asked to speak to the other team, no one was available. And I left my telephone number for them to contact me so that we could see what could be done, because the school kids and all from Craigavon leave their bags there. It's a busy thoroughfare, that part of the fence. No, nothing was available. And on the third attempt, I got a phone call, and I said about the state of the fence, and they said, well, you know, it is up for sale, that you may take that up with the new owner. And I said, well, but the state of the fence as it is at the minute is dangerous. What can be done about it now? Well, wait and take it up with whoever the new owner would be. And it was suggested that I might even have a black wire to replace it if that's what they so choose to do. So that was in January and February of this year, and I have heard absolutely nothing since. So I have tried to negotiate, and 2 years ago I tried to negotiate too, but it started to bow. And no, there was no negotiations, and I was told that take it up with whoever the new owner is. So if this application is valid for up to 5 years, that fence will be down. It'll do a lot of damage, and I don't want to be held responsible at the angle, because it's going from my garden towards the car park. But the actual posts that are holding the fence are all in the tarmac, and they're cased round as well too. So in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, I think that tipplers have had the fence. Kilkenny was there a long time before the house that I live now for 24 years, before it was even built. And there is a small bit of a boundary wall. You'll see a small section of it in one of those photographs. And the casing round the post is at the other side of the wall on the tarmac. So where you're talking about negotiations, respectfully, I've been willing to negotiate, but there's no negotiation. But that car park is going to be used by customers of the proprietor, and particularly around where the off license is. So you're the experts, I'm not. Is there any regulation about boundaries between premises, the retail premises and private premises, securing boundaries, making it safe? I put this back to yourselves because you know more about it than I do.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to bring in Damien Mulligan, head of planning, just to address those.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I've been listening very carefully to the objections that have been made. And look, I've a lot of understanding and sympathy for the position you find yourselves in. But just picking up on the concern that's been raised around the condition of the wall, the structural condition of the wall. Look, members need to make it clear that the structural integrity, it's not wall, but fence, structural integrity of the fence is not a material consideration in the assessment of this application. The structural condition of the fence is a matter for the landowner. So the landowner is responsible for ensuring that that fence is structurally sound. If we approve a planning application where there is, fence, wall, whatever, we're not approving structural details. That is not something that we would approve. So the structural integrity issue here, while I understand the concerns, it's not a matter for the council in assessing and determining this planning application. It is a matter for the landowner. And maybe I'll just take the opportunity to pick up on the EV charging point as well. And I know Sinead's explained very well the position in terms of planning permission not being required for that. In terms of your concerns around some of the things you mentioned, there will be separate regulations or legislation to address those concerns that you have, but they're not matters for the council on assessing the planning applications in front of us. I hope that helps, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. The objector here, she sort of had answered my question there without it being asked. I just wanted to know how long she had lived beside the property. So she said she was there 24 years and the fence was there prior to her arriving. So I put up fences and a wooden fence after 24 years. I would think it's fairly well shook on it, but if it's a boundary issue, as Damien says, it's not really planning, but I don't think the new owner should get away so handy without constructing or fixing an existing fence.
Thank you, Alderman Kennedy. And Councillor Dowd, question, is it? The question, yeah, that's fine.
Thanks, Damien. And I totally agree with you. If we were to take into every consideration, boundaries and fences coming down, and I totally sympathise with you, we wouldn't be able to do our job properly here in planning committee. I do think the fencing is a matter for the contractor. I think our consideration here is the building. So it is the plans that has come forward for the building, and hopefully we can get that sorted today. But as for the contractor and even the EV charging points, they didn't have to put them on the plans. They didn't have to show us where they were going, but they done it. And I know there is issues and things like that, but They could have just kept us in the dark, but they put them out there. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, members, happy enough to go into debate stage at this point. Any comments or statements you'd like to make on this planning application? Make them now. Okay, I've no lights on. Councillor Savage, sorry.
Chair, thanks very much for letting me in there, and thank you very much to the objectors as well for their comments there on the situation. And I'd say they're not alone in having issues with boundary fences on the state of repair. But as Damien quite rightly pointed out on Sinead, you know, they're not a material consideration for this committee. Whoever owns the fences is responsible for maintaining them. And if they don't, and if somebody's caused an injury, well then they're liable for that. And you know, that will be one for maybe the courts to decide. But based on what we have heard today by the objectors and also the planning officers, I think we have to accept the recommendation as outlined in the report based on what we've been told today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Any more statements, members? Okay, move to decision then. Can I get a proposal or on this application? Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. I propose that we take the Sinead, the officer's recommendation, and we approve this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. And do we have a seconder on that proposal? Councillor McGill.
I'll second Councillor O'Dowd's proposal.
Alderman Wilson, your lights on. Is that contrary to? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just supposed to use this opportunity because I know, you know, the people behind this application will be listening to it and, you know, it'll be on the public record, but it's just to encourage them to engage with the residents close by as far as possible because, you know, there's an onus there, and whilst it might not be, you know, a hard and fast planning issue, you know, residents have been here for some time and it is you know, it is that type of environment that's going to see a lot of traffic coming and going as it has been the case over the years. And if the fencing is an issue, I think there is an onus on them to whoever is responsible for that to step up and do what they can to address the residents' concerns, and just to thank them for coming and putting their views across. For it's not an easy environment for people to come into. So just to put that on the note as well.
Yeah. Duly noted, Alderman Wilson. So members, we have a proposal on the table from Councillor O'Dowd to accept the officer's recommendation for approval, and it's been seconded by Councillor McGowan. Are we all in agreement on this? Yes, see nodding heads. Yep. Members, thank you very much. We'll go ahead with that recommendation. I want to thank our objectors coming in and giving our presentation. I really appreciate it. Many thanks. Okay, members, we're moving on to Appendix 8, application number LA 08 2022 0415F, and it is up for approval and for Arona Developments. Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, is to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Just to make members aware, we did have someone that was who was meant to be here to make representation in support of the application, but they have been called away on an emergency, so I wish them all the best. On that, we have written the representations and objection to application and have been received from Lindsay Blanton. So I'm going to hand over to Sinead McAvoy to kick us off in this application.
Thank you, Chair. The reason this application is before you tonight is because it's an application that had attracted objection from 4 or more separate postal addresses, site material planning issues, and plus it's an attracting objection from a statutory consultee, notably Northern Ireland Water. The application site is located within the development limit of Craigavon urban area on land zoned as phase 1 housing. The zoning is subject to 3 site requirements, which the development meets. As such, the principle of the development for housing is considered acceptable. With respect to this application and assessment and consideration of the planning merits of the proposed development as regards to planning policy and guidance, officers are content that the residential development will create a quality and sustainable residential development. The application has included a drainage assessment, a preliminary ecology appraisal, a light impact assessment, a landscape management plan, a transport assessment form, and tree protection measures. And all of these have been appraised by the relevant competent authorities who have offered no objections to this application. The application was considered in light of the habitat regulations by Shared Environmental Services on behalf of the Council, who are the competent authority responsible for authorising the project, and are content that proposed development will not have any adverse effect on the site integrity of any European site. Northern Ireland Water in its consultation response advised that assessment has indicated that there are network capacity issues at this location, and as such is recommending the connection to the system are curtailed. In line with the plan appeals approach, officers consider that the imposition of a negative condition is necessary. This would prohibit commencement of any development on this site until a wastewater impact assessment has been submitted and confirms that a sewage connection can be made or that alternative provision can be made for the disposal of sewage, and that this is submitted to and agreed in writing by the planning authority. This will ensure that any concerns in respect of sewage capacity are properly addressed before development can proceed on this site. The letters of objection to development have been addressed in the report and the addendum, and officer opinion is subject to the conditions attached. The proposed development complies with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies, and for those reasons it's recommended that planning permission be granted. I just take it through the PowerPoint presentation, members. Just shows location within the site, so is the west of Portadown. Next slide, please. So at the site location plan, and the site outlined in red is the site which is under consideration tonight. Next slide, please. That's an aerial view of the proposed site at the current time, and then to the southwest there is Selshon Manor for those that are familiar with the area. Next slide, please. That just gives a Google Earth perspective of the site in relation to the surrounding context. Next slide, please. That shows the site in relation to Craigavon area plans. The red dot is our application site. So as part of a larger zoning for phase 1 housing, so that all that brown area is zoned for housing within the Craigavon area plan. And therefore the principle of housing on the site is considered acceptable by officers. Next slide, please. That's the proposed site layout plan as submitted. So there's 2 areas of open space to the north and south. The dwellings to the south actually are faced out over the footpath, and there's an existing public footpath to the south of the site, so they'll be overlooking that particular. All dwellings are proposed to overlook existing and proposed roads. Next slide, please. That just shows the landscaping plan. So there has been additional planting of trees and hedgerow to compensate for the removal of the roadside hedgerow. Next slide, please. That just shows some of the house types. So that's the detached 2-story. Next slide, please. That's another detached 2-story. And next slide, please, with the semi-detached 2-story. They're all finished in brick. Next slide, please. just sections through the site. The site is relatively flat. It sort of extends to 0.5 meter in the center and then drops to the southwest again, but relatively flat. Next slide, please. That shows a private street determination drawn. So the footpath along the entire frontage, a minimum of 2 meters wide, has to be provided, and then the internal roadway will have to be adopted as well. Next slide, please. So that shows a photograph of the front of the site, and so that particular hedgerow will be removed. Next slide, please. That just shows it the other direction towards Silshin Manor. Those particular houses you can see in the background would be Silshin Manor. Next slide, please. That just shows a photograph within the site. So you can see it's a relatively flat site. That's just down towards the rear boundary of the site. Next slide, please. And that's just further on towards Silshin Manor within the site. So you can see it is relatively flat. Next slide, please. That's just another slide regards to the boundary towards Silshin Manor, and that particular landscape boundary will be retained. Next slide, please. That just shows the existing hedgerow, which is to the side of the footpath. That is to be retained under the management plan to ensure that that won't be growing too high, to ensure that that footpath actually be overlooked. Next slide, please. That just shows the entrance to the rear of number 8, which is beside the particular site, and then you can see the site just beside it. So that boundary as well will be retained beside number 8. Next slide, please. That just shows the entrance of number 8 just down from the site. Next slide, please. So the pedestrian linkage actually is removed. So the site, and then there's number 8 in the outbuildings, and then there is that particular linkage to the Moy Road. So it's beside the school there and the Scouts Hall. Next slide, please. That's in Silshin Manor looking towards, so you can see the road linkage there, the footpath linkage there, that grey area or grey arrow. And then my site is just in behind that, so you can see that the actual footpath runs parallel to the rear boundary of the site. I think that's me. Oh no, sorry, that just shows the highlighted in yellow there, the existing pedestrian linkage, and you can see then this particular proposal provides for a footpath linked onto that. So that's in line with, we would encourage people to walk, etc. So there is a pedestrian linkage which would link on then to that particular footpath. And that's me. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead, for the presentation and report. Much appreciated. Questions then, Councillor Lavery?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead. Just one quick query in terms of the pedestrian linkage. I'm just trying to see from the plans here, in terms of the access onto the main Moy Road, is there any kind of footpath provision on the side of the road for that area? Or would all residents just be encouraged to use that existing pedestrian linkage to the south of the site to then navigate onto the Moy Road and around that way? Or is there any sort of front footpath access there just along the entrance onto the Moy Road from the development? I'm just not able to see just on these pictures here. Okay.
Yes, Councillor Lavery, along the entire site frontage is going to be a new footpath provided, and that's going to be a minimum of 2 meters, and that's linking into the footpath there at Silshin Manor. So that has to be provided prior to the occupation of any dwelling on the site.
Councillor O'Dowd?
Thank you, Chair. The footpath was one of the things I was going to bring up myself, but Councillor Lavery got there first. The other thing is lighting. Will there be, I know it's DFI Lights Department, but has any proposals put in, or is there plans for lighting to go along that road? Because if there's a development, there's going to be people walking along it. Just wondering.
Yes, that will be part of a separate legislative process on the street lighting section, but the PSD drawings would give an indication that there will be street lighting along the street frontage and throughout the development where it's to be adopted, Councillor O'Dowd, yes.
Thank you. Councillor O'Dowd, content? Yes. Content. Okay, members, any further questions on this application? I have no lights at the moment. Okay, members, we're open to debate, so the floor is yours. Councillor Lavery, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think the recommendation's the right one in this instance. Obviously, my only concerns were regarding the footpath access at the front, so that now there's a continuous footpath link on either side Lapmoy Road there from the section area sort of into down further into the town there. And then I think it is good in that we're seeing the developer here link into that other access along the already recognized pedestrian link. So it's creating that, linking into the communities there. So it seems to be a fairly thorough application in my mind, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Any further comments, members? Okay, members, we'll move on to decision. You got a proposal on the table in relation to this application. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, happy to propose the officer recommendation. Just, as outlined, approval. There seems to be quite a competent application.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery and Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'm happy to second that.
Okay, members, are we all in agreement with that decision? You're getting no members, are we in agreement?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So recommendation of approval proposed by Councillor Lavery, seconded by Councillor O'Dowd. Thank you, members. Members, we want to move on to Appendix 7, which is application number LA 08 2023 2936F, and it is recommended for approval. Applicant Scott Wilson. Roisin Hamill, the Principal Planning Officer, is to present a report and PowerPoint presentation. I would like to welcome along Jason Martin from JWM Planning to make representation in support of the application. Firstly, we'll hear from Roisin to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Thank you, Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for change of use from a dwelling to a 5-bedroom house in multiple occupancy at 82 Tandregee Road in Portadown. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to correct an error in the report. It's stated in the report that the parking analysis found there were 19 spaces available during the periods the survey were carried out. However, this should state that 9 spaces were available during the period the surveys were carried out instead of 19. While there are only 2 objections to this proposal, it is being presented to committee as the Head of Planning considers the proposal to merit consideration by the Planning Committee. The application site lies within the development limits of Portadown, but outside the town centre. The site is located within a predominantly residential area, which is characterised by different types of residential accommodation. Officers consider that as the proposed development will retain the building in a form of residential use, and the fact there are no proposed external physical alterations, officers are satisfied there will be no unacceptable adverse impact on the character or visual appearance of this section of the Tandregee Road. Officers have given consideration to the level of on-street parking availability, as well as the proximity of the site to the town centre and good access links to public transport. On this basis, an absence of in-curtilage parking is considered acceptable. DFI Roads have considered the parking report information, which has identified sufficient parking availability at the front of the site on Tandregee Road, and have no objections to the proposal. With regards to the potential for noise nuisance, the Council's Environmental Health Department has considered the proposal and has raised no objections, nor have they recommended the imposition of any conditions. On balance, officers consider the proposal complies with the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies and are recommending that planning permission be granted. And I'll just take you through the slides. And the red arrow just gives you an indication of where the site is to the southeast of the Anna Bridge, outside Portadown Centre on the Tandregee Road. This is just an aerial view of the proposed site with the application site outlined in red. And this is the site location plan that was submitted with the application. Again, the application site is outlined in red. So these are the existing elevations and plans of the dwelling to be converted to HMO, and I would just reiterate there's no external alterations proposed. And these are the proposed plans, and you'll see the existing kitchen and living room are to be converted into 2 bedrooms internally. And this is just a photograph looking at our application site. And this next photograph is looking south towards the application site. You see it's denoted with the red arrow there. And just a photograph looking north towards the application site. This is looking from the application site across the road, and you'll see Anna House is across the road. And this just gives you an indication of the access to the rear of the site. And the existing garage to the rear of the site. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Roisin. I'm going to hand over to Jason Martin. I'm going to give a presentation. You'll have 3 minutes to make that up, presentation. When you start speaking, the clock will start. So when you're
thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to keep it quite short and brief. I just came to say that I agree with the case officer's recommendation, and I'm just here if you have any further questions.
Thank you, Jason. That's how we like them, short and sweet. It's near dinner time. Members are very hungry. Members, over to you. Questions for either the planner of the application or for on this. So up to you, members. Any questions? Councillor Mudrick.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's another one of these HMO applications in Portadown. We've discussed a few. I've been on council now for less than 2 years, and we've seen several of these come to committee. I remember the first time one came, that was one of the 23 HMOs that are on Thomas Street, nearby this location. I think it was remarked by Councillor Nicholson at the time that the local authority needs a specific policy to deal with the HMOs. Members' hands are still tied. We don't have a specific policy for this. We've nothing really to lead ourselves on when it comes to HMOs. My question really is just, are we any further on with that? That happened from 2 years ago. We had that discussion. I'd appreciate if there's any sort of clarification we can get around that, because otherwise it feels as though we're just going around in circles, and I just feel we need something to be led on when it comes to these applications. We're looking at a house here that could have a potential of 10 people living in it, and we know what the potential is for. There's a potential for eroding the character of the area. That will have consequences naturally on parking, on congestion, on all these sorts of things. So I just think before we make decisions on like this, we need something to be led on. So I'd appreciate if any clarification can be given.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, you're quite right. We don't have a specific policy in relation to HMOs at the moment, and our understanding is that one is being prepared as part of the local development plan, but we don't have that yet. We do have, the strategic plan and policy statement, which states that planning authority should be guided by the principle that sustainable development should be permitted having regard to the local development plan, other material considerations, unless the proposed development will cause demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance. And you'll see from the report, that's what we've tried to look at. We've tried to look at, is there a detrimental impact on the character of the area in terms of safety, in terms of parking? And as set out in the report, we've tried to define the area that we're considering here. So we've defined it as being from Anna Bridge to Annandale Place. Thomas Street is very close by, but it has a different feel. It feels different in terms of character. Once you come under the bridge, it's a bit more spacious. Houses are a bit more set back. Some of them have front gardens. And that's why we considered this portion of Tandragee Road, tried to consider the impact on that character. You'll also see from the report, we have one other application under consideration. We have one other registered HMO here. We do have other types of residential development. We have apartments. We have Anna House, which was originally approved as flats. So It is predominantly residential. The PSC have previously ruled that a HMO, while it is a specific use, it is still a type of residential use. So in our view, going from a different type, from residential to a different type of residential use, albeit higher density, doesn't detrimentally impact on the character of the area. We've got a parking survey that was submitted as part of the application. It has identified that there are 9 parking spaces available at peak times, which would be over and above what would even require in terms of this HMO. I've been to the site at those times outside, at the peak times and can confirm that from what I could see, there was parking available even over and above the spaces that have been identified in the parking survey. Obviously we've consulted with environmental health. There's no concerns with regard to the amenity here. HMOs are highly regulated. So it's on that basis that we've made our assessment. We've considered it against the SPPS and we don't feel that a plan approval would result in any demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance.
Yes, thank you for that very detailed response, Roisin. I suppose in my position as a member of this committee, I still struggle with weighing it up in terms of when it comes to changing and looking at the impact on eroding the character of the area. I struggle with weighing that up because, is that subjective to us as members? How do we balance that without a policy? That's what we're dealing with here. And with this application, obviously we have a live application at 27 Tandragee Road, which is further up the road closer to the town centre, where we've previously been told that HMOs are best suited. Now we're going towards more, further beyond the town centre into a realm that seems to be exclusively, family dwellings, residential areas. That's just what I struggle with. Are we able to be given any sort of time frame as to when that review will take place of the local development plan? When would be better maybe equipped to make a decision on this, or appreciate any information you can give me on that.
Thank you, Councillor Moodring. I'll bring in Head of Planning, Damien Mulligan.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Moodry. Yes, look, in answer to your question, the draft plan strategy is the phase of the plan that we're currently working on, and that is scheduled for public consultation Q4 of the current business year. So the policies that are contained within that, which one of which will be around houses and multiple occupation, will come before members for consideration. Members will need to ratify those policies before we actually go out to public consultation on the plan. So look, I think it's been mentioned previously at other meetings whether a specific policy could be brought forward now in relation to this form of development, but it wouldn't come forward any quicker than what the local development plan would, because it would still need to go through a separate policy, would still need to go through public consultation and so on. So what we intend to do is bring forward a policy as part of the new local development plan, the current phase that we're in, and members will have an opportunity to review that policy and satisfy themselves that it is a policy that they are happy and content to accept. So the timeline is by Q4 of the current business year, we hopefully will go out to public consultation and it will go through members for ratification before that time. So hopefully that explains the timeline, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor Moodry, content with that? Members, any further questions in relation to this planning application? No. No lights on, so members will move to debate. So members, it's up to the floor is yours. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As I say, another one for Portadown, but it's here, it's now. We have to make a decision on it. I don't think a site visit's going to do any good. It has to be made a decision on as planner, as members of this plan committee. We can't keep adding things back to the list. We have to be taking cases off the list. So I would be leaning towards accepting this recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, councillor Duffy. Councillor Savage.
Thanks very much, Chair, for bringing me in there. And as a council, we have had issues with HMOs, and I agree totally with Councillor Moutray, and that we really need definitive guidance about HMOs. I know within our council area, Portadown and the Thomas Street, and that area seems to have the vast majority of them. We had one application in Banbridge, which I believe went out for a site visit as well. And we've made our feelings quite clear on that. There needs to be proper guidance and legislation for assessing these. And at the minute, what the guidance and legislation that we have really isn't fit for purpose, but it's there and we have to use it. And Roisin has explained that fully, as well as Damien there. But until such times as there is appropriate HMO legislation in place, we're going to have to work with what's there. And I don't think there's any point in kicking this down the road any further. And possibly, I think we're going to have to accept the recommendations as a report based on the legislation that the planners have to use. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor Savage. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. It's just a wider point. I mean, we've had other instances in planning where, the brakes have been put on applications going forward. They're held in the system until a policy point is, nailed down or, deliberated on to an extent that it can answer some questions that have arisen. And I look, more recently from the Department of Agriculture's perspective, NIEA, on the issue of emissions agriculturally. And I mean, what's happened there is things have been considered by the department on a case-by-case basis as a consultee, but in reality it has just meant the brakes has been put on, the parking brakes been put on a lot of applications, and they're just sitting in limbo. Some of them are in this council and they're not going anywhere. I'm just wondering, legally, is it not a position that we could adopt, that we do park some of these applications until, as a council, we have an actual policy? Because at the minute we're in a policy vacuum, and I know in those instances, in lots of other areas across this council and across departments generally in Northern Ireland, that is what people do. They just say, look, we're light on policy here, we need to nail this down. So in the interest of, in the interest of just giving people a say, because there will be a public consultation element to this. It's no different from extending the development zone or allowing another form of development to take place on a currently zoned piece of ground for a particular purpose. So, I mean, we've done that before. So what's the legal position on that? Are we able to say, no, let's stop this until such times as we have a policy? I mean, I think that's a fairly reasonable thing to do, because we're just getting, there's nothing really stopping people going down the HMO route. We can see how lucrative it is, when you have houses in multiple occupancy. Have a wee look at Google, stick in HMOs, Belfast, brings up a lot of stories about what's happening down in the city, and councillors and the city council are also having issues that are, and they're disagreeing with planning authorities on it, and that's just from a cursory glance at Google News. So I think it's something we do need to consider. I don't think it's good policy just to keep going, yeah, that's fine, because we're in a policy vacuum and we're going to, the SPPS on it. I think we need to drill into this ourselves, because we're the authority responsible for it.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Alderman Wilson. Look, Alderman Wilson, I take on board absolutely everything you've said. In relation to your point about, is there a policy in place? There is a policy in place. It's the strategic planning policy statement. Now, what I would say is, as Roisin very well pointed out earlier, if members are of the view that a proposal will cause demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance, you have the right to refuse it. So the key issues associated with this type of application include the impact on the character of the area, impact on amenity, impact on road safety. If members are of the view that this application would have an unacceptable adverse impact on any of those matters, you have the absolute right to overturn their officer recommendation and refuse it. If there is an evidence base to support a refusal, members, of course, have the right to do that. And I'll just to reiterate, if you do think there's an unacceptable adverse impact on the character of the area, on amenity of the area, on road safety, by all means, members, you can take the decision to refuse it. As officers in our professional judgment and having carried out a very forensic assessment of this application in consultation with the road service and others, including environmental health, we have not found any reason to recommend refusal. If we did, the recommendation would be to refuse. So there is a policy. I fully accept the point you're making, and it's not specific to houses of multiple occupation, but there is a policy there that affords members the opportunity to refuse this type of application if you think there are grounds to do so. And so, you know, it would be an assessment for members to make, having regard to the issues that I pointed out. But hopefully that helps, members. Thank you.
Yeah, and I suppose just following on, thanks, Chair, just following on, you know, you've said, whilst, you know, the policy just seemed a bit clumsy, and you've said there's not a specific policy. So that's my point. And at what point, you know, we could have another 10 of these on that same street. Are we going to have the same view? It's to me, it shouldn't be an individual view. We've had this, Councillor Moutray said 20, what did you say? 23. So at what point? At what point does it? I mean, to me, 23 is quite a high number. You know, if we concentrate this into one street, how many is too many in terms of changing the character, you know, of individual houses, as opposed to, you know, multiple apartment-like units within those same houses? I mean, to me, you know, from a constructional point of view, it's vastly different to what the houses were originally designed to be. And I'm not saying you can't change things, but what I'm saying is collectively there has to be a point where this seems, well, no, that's too many, and it is having a detrimental impact, but we just don't seem to be able to give any assurance as to when that point is reached. It just seems to be each application, we're using the policy, we've done our checks, but it's, you know, and then you say we don't have a specific policy. That's my point. We need a specific policy. And I'm just concerned that we're doing this without, you know, we have those specific policies on replacement dwellings. You have to do a BAT survey. You know, that was a specific thing that had to be done. If you didn't do it, well, you're not getting your planning permission. If you don't demonstrate that, it'll go out the door as a refusal. And it's up to you whether you want to pursue that or not. There just doesn't seem to be the same type of oversight with HMOs. And just look around the internet in terms of the stories that are out there, you know, when HMOs get prolific as opposed to breaking away from what the traditional makeup of that housing type was in that particular area. And it's not about the residents, it's about the type of houses and, you know, the issues associated with HMOs. That's just my point.
Sure. Yeah, look, thanks again, Alderman Wilson. I look, fully take on board everything you've said. Look, I would say it again, if members are of the opinion here that this will have an unacceptable adverse impact on the character of the area, that the balance has been tipped so much that this will have an unacceptable adverse impact on the character of this area, you have every right to refuse this. Now, we've given a professional opinion here this evening based on, as officers, what we have looked at. We have selected Tandrogee Road as the subject area for this application. It's on Tandrogee Road. In terms of assessing the impact on the character of the area, the area that we've chosen to assess the impact on is Tandrogee Road. We haven't gone as far as Thomas Street because we think that's a different character area. And we've selected the boundaries, which is Anna Place, I think it's Anna Place, and Anna Bridge. Roisin, correct me here. That's the character area that we've looked at. If members disagree with that, and you're entitled to do that, if you think that the character area goes wider than that, you can give that opinion. And if you think that it's a wider area we should be looking at, and that the numbers of HMOs in that area have altered the character to a point that justifies a refusal, you can, of course, take that decision. The policy will allow you to take that decision. And I suppose that's the point I'm trying to make, is the policy is there to enable you to take that decision if you think the evidence is in front of you. And hopefully that gives members something to think about. If you think the character area is wider than what officers have put forward, by all means, you know, you can take that into account.
you, Damien. Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. I do understand we need a policy. That's neither here nor there. There's no argument about that. But if we wait on one coming through, what do we just put HMOs till on the back burner, all of them? You know, surely that's not acceptable either. You know, we have to work, as Kevin said, or Councillor Savage, sorry, said, we have to work with what we have here. And I think that's what we should be doing while we're waiting on the new policy coming through.
Members, I have no further lights on in debate stage. We'll move into decision. So members, we have a decision. Councillor Moodray.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, based on the conversation we've had, Chair, I would propose that we defer until such a time that we review the draft plan strategy and are better equipped to make a decision. Thank you.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we accept the recommendation as outlined in the report. If we do anything else, is inviting a case with the PSC and to defer it on waiting on a policy, I don't think is a sensible approach for the council. So I am happy to propose the recommendation as outlined in the report, Chair.
Okay, Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to second it. Sorry, Councillor Savage's proposal.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd, for clarification. Members, we've two proposals on the table. One has been seconded and the other one hasn't. Yeah. So we're not, it seems to be that we're not going to be in agreement, members. So we're going to have to vote on Councillor Savage's proposal to accept the officer's recommendation. Yeah. Members have been advised, we'll go into legal advice before we take a vote on this. So they have proposed seconded, we go into confidential.
Proposed, Chair.
Yeah, proposed by Deputy, and I'll second that. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into confidential session of the council. This means that we'll be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. Yep, perfect. Thank you, and welcome back, Jason. Councillor Mitri, you want to come back in?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, based on the legal advice that's been given to us, I'm content to withdraw my proposal, and hopefully in due course we will be better equipped with a policy to deal with such applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitri. So as we have it, we have a proposal by Councillor Savage to accept the officer's recommendation of approval, which was seconded by Councillor O'Dowd. Members, are we in agreement on that proposal? Have any dissenting voices? Happy enough, all agreed? Can I get something?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, members, the application has been approved or recommended for approval based on Councillor Savage's proposal. Thank you, Jason, for coming in with us today. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No, there's a quorum. Or did you do that after?
Members, thank you. We are Appendix 9. We have went zigzagged around all the numbers this evening, but this is actually the last one. And it's application number LA 08 2022 1086F, and it is up for approval. And it's an application for Gavin and Siobhan Shields. Do we have or someone make a representation on this one? They're on the right. Yep. So Liam McCrum will be the senior planning officer, is to present a report and PowerPoint presentation. I'd also like to welcome Giovanni Borla to make a representation and objection to the application. But before I do so, I'm going to hand over Liam McCrum to do the presentation. Thank you, Liam.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarification before we begin. There is an amendment to condition 4 set out in the officer's report. The condition should now read as the existing hedgerow located along the northern boundary of the site and to the rear of the residential annex shall be retained at a height no lower than 3 metres from existing ground level. So the ground level element has been added in perpetuity as shown in drawing number 15, revision B. So in terms of this application, the planning application seeks full planning permission for the retention of alterations to an existing dwelling, including single-storey rear extension, a 1.5 metre high brick retaining wall, residential annex and boundary timber panel fencing, with the erection of a new timber fence to the side of the residential annex and some associated landscaping. The application is before you this evening because this has attracted more than 4 objections and is recommended for approval. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, and this is only a synopsis. The site is located within the development limit of Banbridge, as detailed in the area plan. The application site is comprised of 11 Newry Road, a large 2-storey detached property with large areas of private amenity space to both the front and rear of the dwelling. As there is no specific planning policy in the area plan, the primary planning policy context to consider this application is PPS 7, residential extensions and alterations. This is in part a retrospective application which seeks permission for the retention of the single-storey extension to the existing dwelling on the rear return of the property and a single-storey residential annex located at the back of the rear garden with the retaining wall and panel fencing. The application also seeks permission for the erection of a new timber fence to the side of the residential annex. In terms of the retained development, in respect of the extension to the existing dwelling, officers are content that is acceptable in terms of size, scale, massing, as set out in the officer report. In terms of the design and materials, officers are satisfied that the choice of materials complements the existing dwelling and does not detract from the appearance and character of the surrounding area. Officers are satisfied that the extension of the dwelling would not unduly affect the amenity of a neighbouring property or any development. Members are advised that in respect of this aspect of the proposal, officers have raised no concerns with regard to the relevant policy context set out in detail in the report. In terms of the residential annex, officers are mindful that the proposal will share an access, share parking arrangements, service utilities such as electricity and sewage disposal, and amenity space with number 11 Newry Road. The residential annex has an overall floor space of 63 square metres and therefore not considered excessive in terms of size and scale, and remains subordinate to the host property. Given that the proposal will share parking arrangements, services, electricity and sewage disposal, and the amenity space of number 11, officers consider the proposal seeks ancillary accommodation as opposed to a self-contained residential unit. The addendum to PPS 7 EXT1 states that planning permission will be granted for proposal to extend or alter a residential property where all 4 criteria are met. Officers have assessed the application in this context and are of the opinion that criteria A, B, C, and D of EXT1 have been complied with in all aspects. Other retained elements in terms of the retaining wall and boundary panel fencing have been assessed by officers who are satisfied that the choice of material complements the existing dwelling and does not detract from the appearance or character of the surrounding area. In terms of the proposed development element of the proposal, officers consider that the 2.1 metre high close boarded fence that is proposed will serve to screen the proposed development along the eastern boundary of the annex. The fence will ensure that the amenity of both the existing and the proposed residence is protected, and therefore it is proposed that a condition is attached to ensure that the erection of the fence will take place within 6 months of the date of this permission, should members be minded to approve. In terms of traffic access and parking, officers in consultation with DFI Roads are satisfied that the proposed development will not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic, and complies with policy AMP 7 and PPS 7. In terms of archaeology and built heritage, the application site is within 95 metres of Grade 1 listed building, namely Victoria House. As all works to the proposed rear extension are located significantly far away, officers in consultation with HED are content that the proposal complies with policy PH11 and PPS 6. Consideration of all third-party representations are set out in detail in the officer's report. So, in conclusion, officers consider the proposal to comply with the relevant policies of the SPPS and all other relevant policies. And on that basis, approval is recommended, subject to the suggested conditions. If we want to take a run through the PowerPoint. So this is the location of the site within the general area on the Newry Road, one of the main arterial routes in Banbridge. This is our site location plan with the site outlined in red. You can just make out that's a elongated site with large areas of amenity space to the rear. Just an aerial photograph of the site, annotated by the blue arrow. You can see Abercorn Primary School there on one side, the 4G pitch to the rear, and residential properties to the north. Again, just a sort of blown up version of that to give a more sort of accurate idea what we're looking at. This is the existing site layout. It's broken down into 2 sections because of the elongated nature of the site. You can see one section refers to the front of the site and one section to the back. This is the existing floor plan of the large detached property. And again, the existing floor plans of the property. And this is just a roof plan of said property. The existing elevations of the dwelling on the site. This is just a drawing showing parts of the building that are to be demolished and in terms of what is the new build element. These are the proposed floor plans. And again, the proposed floor plans. And again, just the proposed roof plan. So this is the proposed front elevations. And the other proposed elevations. Again, the proposed site layout broken down into 2 sections. One section relates to the front of the site. The second section on the right-hand side relates to the rear of the site. And you'll see the annex tucked up there in the back corner of the right site layout. And these are the elevations of the residential annex. And the floor plans of our annex. So this is a front elevation of the existing dwelling with this large parking area to the front. And this is taken from the back of the garden. You can see the rear of the residential property with the extension built there, just a single story element to the rear. This is looking from the rear of the property back up to the residential annex, which you can see annotated by the blue arrow tucked up on the right hand side. The red brick wall is a retaining wall, and the panel fencing you can see on the right there is the panel fencing that is part of the retained aspect of this proposal. And that's just another view of the side, that panel fencing that runs along the boundary with number 4 Mount Royal. This is the residential annex, the front elevation of it. This is the elevation of the annex that runs parallel to the 4G pitch at Banbridge High School. This is the back of the annex that bounds onto number 3 Mount Royal. And that's the other elevation of the annex that bounds onto number 4 Mount Royal. This is a view from the garden of number 4, looking back towards the site. You can see the existing building there annotated in blue. That boundary is where the proposed fencing is to go, and the 2.1 metre high fencing that will safeguard both the existing and proposed residences set out in the report. And this is a view from number 3 Mount Royal, where you can see in the background annotated by blue the existing residential annex. And you can see that all windows are obscured from view there. That hedgerow, as part of the condition, is to be retained from ground level at a height of 3 metres. So that will safeguard the residential amenity space that exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. I want to welcome Giovanni Borla to make representation and objection of the application. Giovanni, you'll have 3 minutes, and the timer will start as soon as you start speaking. So
it's okay. Can I start? Yeah, thank you. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Giovanni Borla, and I own number 2 Mount Royal. Now I also own the land to the west border of the area for which the application 1086F has been made, because I bought it recently from the previous owner living at number 3 Mount Royal. Thank you for letting me clarify why I object to this proposed retrospective approval, specifically in the condition 4. Neighbors, including myself, have reported and complained to the planning, the Banbridge planning office that building works were performed at the far end on number 11 Newry Road in its garden without being approved in the original planning application. Namely, I reported that on that site, a number of mature leyland cypress trees at its west boundary toward the school sports pitch were cut down. Orange sewage pipe and blue inlet pipe for water were set in the ground, and thick concrete foundation were made for an area of possible 60 square meters at a distance of less than 3 meters from the north boundary, where is my properties now. The building went up to a type shared roof and its metallic cladded wall without no visible enforcement action from officer against this unauthorized work, to say the least, stopping the building work while waiting for approval for a retrospective planning. I also can understand how building control could approve concrete foundation retrospectively, as in this case the final destination of this building is a 2-bedroom and 1 office dwelling and no longer a garden shed. Albeit my house is not listed, it is a Victorian terrace, part of 4 dwellings built in 1910, rendered with red bricks and with gable or more intricate slate roof. Even the applicant's house is rendered in plaster with a nice gable roof. I found it peculiar to read in the office a recommendation that the work make use of sympathetic material, as from the outside it looks just an enormous shed, clad in metallic black corrugated walls and roof. On each side bordering my property, it's about 3 meters high and probably 9 meters long, with 2 windows. Having said all above, I read the office that stated that it will not cause a detrimental harm or further erode the character of the surrounding area. Now the shed is up, but I say that I would like at least to do not have to have that site from my property of such a building. So basically, I oppose at least at the condition 4, because the applicant proposes and the planning officer endorse it, then the existing edge should be retained at 3 meter high. That is in the drawer number 17, revision B. Unfortunately, it's an old edge row made of private plants, difficult to keep at that height, and so especially to maintain. As you know, a plant disease or a parasite can kill it, or a storm can break it. So in that case, what should I do? Should I wait years until it regrow, or if you replanted it thickens again and enough? Therefore, I would rather prefer to have something more
Sorry about that, Giovanni. 3 minutes goes very fast, so it does when you're in full flow. But hopefully, some of the members ask questions to get maybe I might find out. So, members, up to you. Questions for the objector or the agent or the planner for it. So, I have first on my list is Alden Wilson.
Yes, thank you, and thanks to Liam. I suppose it's just this has just hit me a bit. I just think it's quite, it's quite the development at the back of a house, and I'm just sort of wondering how it surprises me that this is before us as an approval, because I can just think of other applications where people have wanted to do something similar, but they've been jumping through ridiculous amounts of hoops, and usually it comes as a review. Like I'm thinking a mobile home, while someone's come home from Australia, for instance, and there's no room in the house. Can we stick a mobile in? No, actually you can't. You would have to demonstrate that you're building a house or something, and then you can apply for like a 3-year period to have that mobile in place. It just seems this seems quite outlandish to me that that we are approving it now. I'm willing to be convinced. I'm not closing my mind to the outcome of it. It just hits me as quite a bizarre situation that this type of development has taken place in what amounts to a rear garden. And when we talk about the Armagh, whilst that yes, it will share sewage and electricity. If you think of an HMO, it shares sewage and electricity, and it's metered out. There are ways and means in which to make that workable, and that's down to technology and all the rest of it. But I'm concerned in terms of we've put conditions on this, but how are we going to monitor this in terms of a condition? If, say, for instance, hypothetically someone else moved into it and it was then turned into like a rentable style accommodation, it's just hypothetically, not saying that's going to happen, but just from our perspective as a planning authority, what steps would we take to monitor that wouldn't be the case? I'm not saying it's going to be the case, and I'm not closing my mind to an approval on this. I just would like to understand, as a planning authority, what steps we would take to ensure that it would remain ancillary, and how does it sit in the policy in terms of other types of development that has maybe occurred to the rear of dwellings for the same purpose, but we've took maybe a slightly different view on it. And I wouldn't even mind that. I know the mobiles has a separate, it's addressed separately in the policy PPS 21, but I'd be keen just to see that developed as a debate. Just
Thank you, Alden Wilson. Yeah, well, I suppose the mobile homes and I suppose in the rural context are probably quite different. This is an urban context application, and as set out in the report, we have considered as ancillary accommodation as opposed to a self-contained residential unit. And I suppose therein is the big difference. And if it is seen as ancillary accommodation, well then it's not a self-contained unit in its own right, and therefore that policy consideration doesn't apply. And in reference to that, then when we look at our condition there in terms of condition 3, where we state the residential annex, so basically it has to function as a residential annex, and if it were to be severed at any point in time as set out in the condition, then it would be in breach of that planning condition, and we would be able to police that, because there's no point of entry to that unit other than through the existing property. So you would have to drive through the existing access point up past the existing large detached property, walk along about 60 meters of a private garden up to where it's actually located. So by its very nature and design, it is, in our consideration, a unit of ancillary accommodation rather than a self-contained unit. And as stated in condition 3 there, we think that is a robust condition that allows us to police that it won't be severed off and used for something separate and that isn't titled a residential annex.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering, is there any way, with maybe between now and the next meeting, just to get a bit of clarity on similar types of applications which have considered ancillary, dwellings, if you like, because that's what it very much looks like, and how we've reacted to those. Because I'm just worried about a precedent being set too, because it looks really attractive. What is at the back there? It looks quite unique and quite, modern, and I think it's appealing what they've been able to do there, and the fact that planners are coming with a view to an approval. I'd just be keen just to ascertain, going back a couple of years, say, have we approved similar type designs as this, or similar types of ideas? Because I know, developing that further, I don't think it's a huge ask, because in quite highly residential areas, you are walking past houses, and you are, it's not a massive leap to consider it being used for another purpose, for instance. And, that's not essentially what's going to happen here. But I'm just concerned about further precedent and other people maybe thinking I could do something similar to this and maybe get away with it, if you like. Just be keen to understand if we've done it much to your knowledge. And I know there's other planners, you're looking after one area, but I'd be keen to see have we done it in other areas and what the outcome of that has been. But again, you'll not know that tonight, but it'll be useful going forward.
Alderman Wilson, this is probably the first one that came before the committee in terms of an urban context that I'm probably aware of. We do get quite a lot of applications of this type of nature in the countryside. We have approved ones of those, but they're very much case by case and site specific. What might work in this large detached property with large areas of private amenity space might not work in a different site context and with a different surrounding planning context for consideration. So yes, we have applications of this type. This is probably the first one that we've brought to planning committee in the urban context, but we have, to my knowledge, approved ones in the rural context for residential annexes within the countryside.
Thank you, Liam. Thank you, Liam. Alderman Wilson, are you content with that? Yeah. Okay. Moving on, Alderman Candy, who's the next slide on.
Thank you, Chair. I just along the same lines as Alderman Wilson there. I thought it was quite a substantial wee add-on, and then I was wondering if they had applied for a planning permission. It's very close to the fence of the you say the football pitch, or if it had to come before the planning, there's no distance you're supposed to keep away from the like of that. When a residential, I think mine was a Sinead or something in Armagh one time, was it 13 meters or something from at the back of it? It was something, but maybe there's no distance just for a football.
No, Councillor Kennedy, no. Essentially, look, the way that pitch operates there, it's a school facility during the day and then becomes council operated, I think at night time after 5:30. And we've looked at it in the context of impact on residential amenity, and we're content in that respect. So no, there's no specific separation distance.
Ed Alderman Canada, yes. Ed. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, for that, man. Probably on the same vein as my colleague here, Alderman Wilson. It's yes, it's very tidy and tasteful construction, but I find it amazing that this amount of work will go on and somebody wouldn't realise you need planning permission to do this. It's staggering, to be perfectly honest. I think any builder coming in to actually do that work, I'm sure would he not be raising questions? Is there permission for this to be done? And we see HMOs and the size of rooms that people are living in. This is probably bigger accommodation than some HMOs where people are having to deal with. And we see issues with water service for sewage and everything else. Now, I know the recommendation is to approve it, but I'm just concerned that this amount of construction had went on without any approval in place, and nobody had never dawned on anybody that they would need it. Just a question for Liam, probably, you know, from what Giovanni said. When did this construction start, and when were planners made aware of this construction starting, and what was done to possibly stop this until an application was submitted? Thank you.
Essentially, the work started without the benefit of planning permission, we believe, in 2021. That was the first time it was reported to the plan enforcement team, who basically had written out to the applicant and advised them that, like, based on the nature of development, that they felt the planning permission would be required, and they would be proceeding at their own risk at that point in time, which they did. And in the interim, they had submitted the planning application, which basically was submitted to us there in 2022. And subsequent to getting a number of revisions and additional details and finding an opportunity to bring it to the planning committee, we're eventually where we are tonight. But yeah, it was through it being reported to the enforcement section that the application was submitted.
Thank you, Liam. Councillor Wilson, that answer your question? Content? Councillor Lavery, over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of questions maybe for clarification. First, on the residential annex, so it's been described, you know, it can't be severed. Obviously, you see maybe some of these sites maybe advertises Airbnbs and things like that. Would that be permitted under this condition, or would that be considered by officers as a severing, that it can't be rented out for, you know, people to come in and stay for a few days here and there? That'll be my first question. Second question, I think, is touching on the point Giovanni said, you know, about the hedge itself. Obviously, looking at the photos here from 4 Mount Royal, there's not much of a hedge boundary there. Will this mean that additional hedge boundary would have to be, you know, planted along the back of number 4 and number 3 there? Even it seems a wee bit patchy. Would further planting have to be done, or are officers of the view that it is actually you know, not breaching at the minute, even though it's quite patchy there in terms of the boundary of number 3? So those 2 questions initially, but I may have 1 or 2 more, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lavery. In respect of number 4, 4 Mount Royal, that's the position where the 2.1 metre high panel fence is supposed to go, so that will act as a boundary there. In respect of 3 Mount Royal, officers have considered that hedgerow was of a standard that would afford protection to residential amenity if retained at that height of 3 metres from ground level. So we were quite happy with that boundary. The aspect of the Airbnb, I mean, I suppose it's hypothetical at this stage, but I mean, if it was reported to us, it'd be a matter for our enforcement team to investigate that had the condition, as stated in our report, been breached, and I suppose that would be for them to investigate at that point in time.
Sorry, my question was more direct than that. Is would an Airbnb type accommodation unit, if this was what it was confirmed that you know, changed into, would that be a breach? Or are you saying that that's something that would have to be investigated?
Yeah, it would be a matter for the enforcement team to investigate once reported.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Liam is correct. It would be investigated by enforcement, but look, a change of use of that to an Airbnb, as you ask, Councillor Lavery, would constitute material change of use requiring planning permission. The whole purpose of the condition is to ensure that that annex is used only by people who are living in the main dwelling, so they can use it for ancillary purposes, whether it's an office or whatever. But a change of use to an Airbnb is likely to be something completely different, requiring planning permission, and enforcement would investigate to establish the facts and advise a planning application is required, if that's the correct course of action.
Thank you, Damien. Appreciate that. That answered my question. And then just in terms of Giovanni's point that if that hedge goes down, it would have to be replaced then to that 3 metre height. If it was to be, denigrated in future, that 3 metre height hedge would have to be retained, so it would have to be replanted and so on from here on out. And then the second question, I'm not 100% clear, has the demolition work already occurred and been finalised in terms of the house itself, the rear extension? That's all been completed, so there's no further demolition. That I'm getting nodded heads on that one. So just clarification about the hedge, if it does become of a worse state than maybe is currently now, would that be able to be reinforced if the likes of a resident notified planning about that? Thank you.
Yeah, well, the wording of the condition, Councillor Lavery, there is just that it should be retained at a height of 3 metres from existing ground level in perpetuity. It doesn't talk about anything in respect of if it becomes damaged, dead, or whatever. So maybe that's something we could potentially add on to safeguard that issue, that if it does become dead, damaged in the view of the council, that something of similar ilk along those lines could be replanted. So we could potentially tweak that condition here tonight to safeguard that, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I know Giovanni was in full flow there and he was coming to the end of his what he was going to say. I'd like to hear what he was going to say towards the end of what he would like, and also for the officer when he says the informed them have to be notified that they were continuing to build at their own risk. Could we not have just told them to stop it? If one's continue to build at their own risk and then come an application looking at, done, you could end up with houses and backyardings, you'd end up with everything in backyardings further down the line.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Giovanni, I'll let you finish off as per Councillor Duffy's request.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I don't mean to be preposterous to say that you have to bulldoze it down, but I would say that now the building is up. I'll be at least happy, and I'll withdraw my objection to the condition 4. If something more substantial and definitive was done instead of a flimsy hedge, or if there was a rendered wall built on the applicant ground up to the same height, 3 meters. So at least I'll believe. You know what I mean? I will not see that. There will be no problem of me starting going letter, asking the solicitor, sending letter to restore the hedgerow of his side because it's damaged or something like that. I believe in it's not asking too much as a remediation for this shed erected without planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni. And Liam, are you happy to take the second question of Councillor Duffy's? Would you like him to repeat it?
No, I'm happy to take, yeah. Yeah, happy to take. Yeah, Councillor Duffy, yeah. I suppose when the breach or the unauthorised works were reported initially to the enforcement section, the view of the enforcement section at that time was just to issue an at-risk letter. A stop notice or anything of that nature was not the course of action that they took at that juncture. The rationale behind that at that stage, I'm not 100% sure, but that would be often the approach that we would adopt, and hope that would resolve the issues, that if people do know that they are going ahead and building things at their own risk, they do cease. And that would generally be the first protocol as taken by the enforcement section.
Thanks, Chair. And just to build upon what Liam has rightly said there, I think, when it comes to actually serving stop notice, members, it does depend on the level of impact that an unauthorised development is having. So if we considered that an unauthorised development is having a serious impact on amenity or on the environment, we would step in and serve a stop notice to stop the development there and then. In this instance, the level of impact was not considered to be such that we had to take that course of action, but we made it clear that there was a risk in carrying on without planning permission. And look, in the end the end result here is that we're recommending approval for it, which demonstrates the level of impact was actually acceptable, notwithstanding some of the concerns that have been raised.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor Duffy, come back in.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just on the back of what Giovanni said, could a condition be added to it that a suitable barrier, and not saying it would be a wall, but that because they sort of flouted planning laws and went ahead and done what they want and not to let them off the hook, that a condition be put in that a suitable barrier between them and Giovanni's property does be installed or built, or something.
Yeah, Councillor Duffy, as I say, the condition there, as worded there, it doesn't, it just says that it shall be retained as is, basically at 3 metres height from ground level. So the existing boundary treatment that we assessed, we thought was acceptable. I suppose it doesn't state that if it does become in a state of disrepair, that hedgerow, that something else isn't put back to the satisfaction of the council. So we could potentially add something to that. But as I said, the assessment based on what was on the ground the last time we carried out a site inspection, we thought was fine to safeguard existing residential amenity, but quite rightly pointed out by the objector that it doesn't state that if it does become in a state of disrepair, what we're going to do to bring it back to something that we find to be acceptable on the site. So we could potentially add something to that condition number 4.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. Councillor Duffy, content.
Yeah, well, I know there's a fence going at the other property. I would sort of like to have seen a fence at that end of the Mr. Giovanni's property too. But if it's a suitable barrier, what the planner thinks, with, I'm not really sure. I would like to have seen a fence there rather than the hedgerow, because hedges will come and go as seasons come and go.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I'm not too sure. Maybe bring in Damien just to clarify that there, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Members, like having regard to the comments this evening, officers content to go away and come up with an amendment to condition 4 and also perhaps a new condition around boundary treatment. I think the point you're making, Councillor Duffy, is could there be better boundary treatment along the boundary between the site and the objector? And we could possibly draft a condition that says details of boundary treatment along that boundary will be submitted to and approved by the council. But if you want us to be specific that it should be a fence or a wall, we can include that. Depends what members.
Sorry, Chair. I'm happy to leave it up to planners, until I don't know what the liaise with Giovanni as to what the final, outcome is, instead of having it to come back to plan committee.
Sorry, Chair. I'd maybe like to bring Liam in because he knows the site much better than me, whether he thinks another hedge to supplement the one that's there may be the best solution, or I'll maybe let.
I suppose there's one point to this probably we have to consider as well. If we're starting into taking hedge removals away, we're probably looking at biodiversity issues as well, which was an issue that hasn't been considered because there was no hedge removal. So if we're potentially talking about removing that hedge, there might be issues with that. But like a fence might equally work well there. Yes, there's no problem with that, and we can go back and potentially get a condition drafted up and bring back next month with.
Yeah, I don't think Councillor Duffy was asking for the removal of the hedge. I think it was just an addition, a fence along with the hedge. So both going hand in hand rather than taking one away and replacing with the other. Am I correct in that? So it's just to add a fence beside the hedge, yes? Okay.
Yeah, that was actually looked at in the context of the application, but proved difficult because there wasn't a great separation distance. And that if the fence, depending on the nature, if we put a wall there, basically the hedgerow was going to be decimated. So therefore there was a biodiversity issue. So, but there may be something that the applicant could do with regard to fence, but there wasn't a lot of space there. So basically, if you were putting a 2.1 meter high fence up, there was maybe an amenity issue for the property or the annex that was going to be there. So it would need a wee bit of teething out just to see how that would work. But potentially, yes, it would be feasible as long as we're not removing the hedgerow.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Bring you back in.
Thank you, Liam. And it's just send a message too, tell people that decide to do this sort of thing. You know, and there might be no real consequences here, but there could be further down the line for different ones. You know, council will ask you and will demand that you do stuff to make it acceptable to your neighbours. Right, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think you raised a very valid point there, Councillor Duffy, on that, and I think that's probably the direction of what you're speaking there is probably the best way to travel. Councillor Mulholland.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and apologies if I've read through this and missed it. But I was just wondering, did the applicant make any sort of reason as to why they built this?
No, Councillor Hall, I'm not aware of that, and it wasn't brought to my attention as to what they thought was acceptable on the site or whether they got advice from a builder or no. I'm unaware as to why they commenced development without the benefit of planning permission.
No, it's just in my mind, I'm just sort of wondering in my mind, you know, if the annex is 2 bedrooms, a home office, washroom and a store, one probably question I would like asked is, why did they build it?
Yeah, I'll pass over to Damien. That mightn't be a material consideration on that one.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Mulholland. Yeah, look, to your point, it's not actually material consideration. The reason for building it's not a material consideration. My own opinion would be that why they proceeded to build without planning permission in the first place may have been that they were advised that this was permitted development and they didn't need planning permission. But I don't think any of us are too certain on that point.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just sort of to echo Councillor Duffy's sentiments there. I think really something needs to be a more permanent fixture there for a 3 metre high. Certainly don't want to be removing any hedge or vegetation around the area, but I have to say the objector, Giovanni, has been more than reasonable tonight. He's probably the only objector I've ever seen coming in here and stating that he's prepared to work with his neighbour and to come to a compromise. So I think some sort of compromise, as Councillor Duffy said, a more permanent 3 metre structure there, I don't think is out of the question given the circumstances of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. No more lights on questions, so we'll move to debate and statements. So members, up to yourselves. Councillor Savage.
Chair, thank you very much for bringing me in there and very interesting debate, and thanks to Liam for his report on to Giovanni for outlining his objectives. This isn't the first retrospective plan application we've got at committee. It seems to be, well, it's not very frequent, but we do get them quite a lot. And you know, when people are faced with enforcement actions, they try to regularise it by putting in an application, and I don't think there's any real consequence to it. It'll be looked through the normal process, but I think from the debate tonight and from Giovanni's input as well, that there is a resolution to this, and that is in the form of a condition in relation to that boundary, and I think maybe if we give Liam and the planners a bit of time to come up with a suitable suggestion that meets everybody's needs in the area, I think that would be probably the best course of solution. So I welcome a discussion on the comments by Councillor Wilson and Duffy. So thank you, Chair, for bringing me in there.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Councillor Albright.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was just a backup. Councillor Savage and Councillor Duffy and Councillor Wilson. Obviously, if the applicant would have come in with the plan application before anything was built, the likes of Giovanni and all our neighbours would have been able to put their views in terms of the boundary treatments, and obviously, their back gardens or their residential amenity, areas, and you would have put suggestions in, and maybe the location of the annex maybe would have moved slightly away from the likes of Mount 3 and 4 Mount Charles or Mount Royal's boundary, and create a bit more of a space. So I think if it is brought back, so that those conditions can be tightened up a bit and give that bit more certainty, because obviously even the point by Liam made there about couldn't put a fence in because of residential amenity, and that was a residential amenity of a residential annex that was built without any plan application and things like that. So obviously if it would have been put in properly, this would have all been sorted out and would have never came to committee and things, when they're working properly. So I think that is an appropriate point that would do come back for additional conditions that satisfy the needs of the other residents, that would have been satisfied if things would have all moved in the normal approach. And it may put a bit more of a cautionary tone, as other members have said, and these things sort of being built and then trying to put the application in like as a whoops, so no, I would agree with those other members there, and when we get into the proposal stage and things like that.
Thank you, Councillor Larry. I think all members are probably in agreement that we're probably heading down the same direction. But I will still need a proposal. Probably calling Councillor Duffy, you're the wordsmith of the evening. So good luck on getting these conditions right. So it's over to Councillor Duffy. I'm sure you'll probably want to make a proposal. So over to yourself.
Yes, I propose to accept the recommendation on the condition that what would you say, that it's the boundary fence is further explored.
Well, we'll get Damien to break us down.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, members, feel free to correct me, but what I've noted down is that we would amend condition 4 so that if the hedge to be retained should die or damaged, it's replaced with another similar species, and that will be retained in perpetuity. And then an extra condition requiring the erection of a fence along the boundary of the property, which is adjacent to the objector's property. And we can detail that the fence has to be to a certain height. If that sounds correct, then we can bring those conditions back next time to get members to agree them. It's probably the best and correct way to proceed. Subject to the amendments. So yeah, subject to them. So it would be approved subject to amending condition 4 and an extra condition regarding the erection of a fence along the boundary of the objector's property.
Members, I'm not going to get anybody to repeat that back at all. So we'll just propose and second what Damien said. We'll go that way. Might be best. So 2 lights on and Councillor Lawford.
Thank you, Chair. Damien just took the words out of my mouth, because that's what I was about to propose. So yes, the amendment of that condition relating to the hedge and that it's in perpetuity, and then the additional condition about the fencing, that is granted upon those amendments of those conditions. So that's what I would willing to approve or propose, sir.
Yeah. There's always a show off. I can do it. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second what Deputy Chair said. I'll not try to repeat it all because I'll not get it right. Yeah. So happy enough to seconds up Councillor Albrigh's proposal. Thank you.
Okay, members, proposal and seconder on the table there, to review this in a month when the conditions are rejigged. Everybody in agreement on that, right from, I see heads nodding. So members, sorry, Giovanni, thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate it. And members, I want to thank you as well, for your patience this evening. I want to thank all those who came in, made their presentations, planning officers and their teams, the legal advisors, Democratic Services and ICT. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening and see you soon. Thank you.